There we go. Let's just continue this on. After it loads. Okay, done. Why is that sad music? Should have all weapons up to this point. Okay, let me just... Okay, yeah, it's the controller doing that. Okay. There we go. Weapon. Seriously? Ah. The fucking triggers. I just need the Dragon Lance and Phoenix Sword. Other than that, I should have. Okay, let's go through it. Sunrise. Axe the beheading. Transient. Holy. Captain's Holy Spear. Phoenix Spear. Should have the Phoenix Dagger. Yep. Phoenix Dagger. Spear of the Usurper. Yep. A vile axe. Yep, got that. Fang of the Twins. Kusanagi. Beast Lord. Devil Queen. Yep, the Devil Queen. Labyrinth Shut. Yep. Should have the Labyrinth Whisper. Yaha, got that. Beast Curse. Yep, Beast Curse. Iron Will. Yes, sir. Ancient Overlord. Yep. Labyrinth Song. And Iron Pipe. Yep, got everything. For the moment. Okay. All that's left is to do the story. This is depressing. I can't blame it too much for that, but still.
Oh there.
Right, he can't swim.
Hey, Vice.
Yes, lad?
Is there a way to swim using magic, or...?
No.
Figures.
Is there a way you can impart the knowledge of how to swim? Yeah, I need to go to the left side. Real. Alright, because it isn't a... Fuck. Why am I so stupid?
Oh there.
Let's try and real path. Yep. Play. Take me to that lost shrine. Don't. I'm not gonna bother with these fuckers. Unless I am. Oh, come on. Thanks for taking care of it, you two. Real appreciate it. You better not! He did. I'ma kill that fuck. This game is painful to play with a broken controller. Well, any game is painful to play with a broken controller, but still! Like... I can just make my way up without too much. What? Not quite useful to me at the moment, but still a nice addition to my collection. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. At the worst of times, too. Whatever. Get the fuck out of my way. I'm having a bad enough day as it is without you fuck. Finally into a new part. But not yet, not yet. Hey, bathtub. I assume people used to live here to some degree. Okay, we're here. Pretty much the point of no return.
Such an ominous sight. And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. And first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs
It's
for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
Ah. Cannot turn back from this point.
And now the path is open.
It very much looks open. Oh yeah, thanks. A bunch of statues. Ugh. Fucking muggy. And yes, I know I'm wearing a hoodie. But still. Fucking muggy. And I have my right to complain about it. I was just looking to see if there's foreshadowing there. Let's try that door one more time. It might be a, thing. But here's where a lot of the lore gets dumped.
Okay, hold on. Is it just me, or are we looping around the same path over and over?
What do you mean?
I think he means we're stuck.
There must be an escape route somewhere.
What happens if we go back?
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I've heard this somewhere before.
To whom does the truth? I ask, why did humans? You must answer.
Because their lives are short.
I answer, because their lives are short.
I mean, their lives are short.
Blast. I appear to have made an error.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I already know the answers to these questions.
To whom why did you must...
The black disease.
I answer, because of a black disease.
I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
I answer, by acquiring leaves of the sacred tree. Blast.
He just says the same thing over and over. That's not really fun.
To whom? Why you must... how...
Separating the body and the soul.
I answer, by separating body from soul.
I ask, what is the destination of souls?
They are placed in their corresponding shells.
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells.
Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter.
Well then, it seems the way is open.
Oh yeah, there's the Phoenix Sword. Hello there, Deviler, Purpler.
It's the twins from your village.
Popla? Devila? What are you doing here?
Not a lot, I would imagine.
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
No.
This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
They're right.
Do you truly
No. We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not.
Next place who I'm gonna select, no.
We didn't want to fight you.
But we have to.
We really didn't want to.
Devila! What's happening?
Sorry, this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie! I don't believe it!
They aren't shades.
We never thought you'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
What now?
And they stole his pages.
They copied my powers.
They didn't copy
Shinra
anything.
Shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Vice, are you all right?
No, he's not alright.
Popla! Why are you guys doing this? Why Why are you siding with the Shades?
They aren't sided with anyone.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
The Shadow Lord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
Nope.
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Ah, tactical retreat.
Devila and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Vice?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Help.
Weiss?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly... Oh.
Is he fine?
I think I hear a waltz.
It is a waltz. Take a wild guess what those things are.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all Shades!
I think we're locked in.
It's not like I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
I like how I'm basically just playing like Square Enix game after Square Enix. Slamming a spear into a guy's arm. punishment can these bastards take? And I know it's not an infinite amount.
Damn it! It won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good...
Vice!
Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Protect Kaine for us!
Kaine! Hurry!
It's not open yet?
Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
Yes!
No, you idiot. What are you doing?
Lock doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
Damn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh!
Our
Got it.
Kaine, look out!
That's a lot of shade. That is creepy.
Are they?
These things are freaking me out! Kaine! What's wrong?
We need to help Kaine! We need to help Kaine!
You okay?
Yeah, but we got problems.
A giant boar. Something we faced already.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine? Damn shit.
It's not out of the woods yet.
Oh dear.
Can we even hit this thing?
That fog! Oh no!
It's poison.
damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going!
Let's go! This way! Move!
It chases after us. And that's heavy weapon.
Up here!
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry!
Oh well, first instance of the game over screen to my knowledge.
Up here!
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry!
Too much jumping.
Up here!
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry!
Yeah. Okay, toward the camera, away from the camera, then jump.
Up here!
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry!
Okay, just go around that one. Duh. Finally.
Damn it, I can't get it open.
Attack incoming!
The entrance is locked too.
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
And it's still poisoning us.
Kasa, 程度と、ち、いるとて。
出づち、汗より。きった、おきとだ。あら、ペルアと、試練。
And I think that's kind of effective.
こ、く。
か、つて。
What are you doing here?
サルリとした。カイザムとキロだろ。
I'm gonna have to mute this audio.
アラントって三世帯。
クルワリ、割り手とらす。感化し中で。
But
あら、ペルアと。
どんだ、来て、切りごいたり。
あ、いや、とさちちさったと。レルタ、カイザムチ。
The amount of times I killed this thing.
That's it! Get out!
hey, stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
ギ、後で。アリクラーサ。あご。
No!
One
Open
of
the
the
door! You
sad-
can't fight that thing on your own!
ゆくく、おたおき、アルタ、ビート。来ると、こっち、いる。勝て。
Yeah.
ケタルイトエチケロアルテリアだせ。
ギウジ
各石騎士。
真鍮カレルタ、カイザム、テラス。
なんだ、あらたて。ウラーヌ、ペルア、ト、チ。
ウラーヌカイザム、トットチ。
Open the damn door!
Slap. He deserved that.
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
The saddest moments in this game are worse in routes B, C, and D. Possibly E if you want to get into that. That music though, very somber.
Devila. Fopala.
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1,300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
And this is Replicant.
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
I need to look.
Vice! My mind. I remember. Devila. Popola. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us, every person standing in this room, are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You're not human.
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
Well, except for maybe a meal.
No. They still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time. Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans. You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
It really is.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. Weapon stories, documents. Oh yeah, the Project Gestalt. A huge cake. Oh yeah. Underground research. That's a lot of black ink. Gestalt, noted from the previous reports, implementation of the Gestalt mode can prevent the white chlorination syndrome we recently experienced. Transfer of bodily information to civilization repressed replicants is proceeding as planned, with the genes of the original body, originals safely stored inside. Our role as surveillance androids to prepare for when the incurable bacterial disease eventually dies out is also underway. So far, this is proceeding without issue. This document discusses the potential strategies for the relapse cases we have observed in recent years. The term relapse, of course, refers to the catastrophic loss of sentience as seen in certain gestalts. Gestalts are the shades. This syndrome has defied even our most pessimistic initial estimates and continues to trend upwards with disturbing speed. With some relapsed gestalts beginning to attack replicants, there is an urgent need to take comprehensive action. We remain convinced that an unknown technological defect in the Gestalt transformation process is responsible for the condition, but so far we have been unable to confirm this theory. Research of this condition is now our top priority and looks likely to continue for some time. The 3 books. Shorthand minutes of case 23. Emergency response conference. Committee special meeting. Issues. Observed upward trend in relapses. Noted and discussed. Issue. Acceleration of restoration schedule. Approved. Report. Debate over using codename Noir for Schumann restoration schedule. Report. Preparation to launch Weiss decoding system for above. Order collection of guidance and release code for origami alongside Weiss launch. Basically, I'm not going to get into it. We have determined that the rise of relapses was due to an unexpected spike in the sentience of replicants, as well as the genetic instability within the original Gestalt. It seems the original's effects on the bodies that have undergone the Gestalt process was not anticipated in advance. Immediate action must be undertaken to identify the link between this trend and the original Gestalt, along with its sister, the relapse case known as Yona. Observer contact group is growing uneasy, so finding a solution to the relapse issue should be considered top priority. See other reports for more details. And there's no other report. Ah! You bitch!
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No, I'm nothing like you.
You're more alike than you think. Oh yeah, Song of the Ancients! We strike down a bitch! Now she dead.
Devila? Devila? Popola, are you crying? No, don't die.
This is gonna
You know,
come back in the...
I understand now why we're twins. It's because
This whole
Because we were
section is
born
gonna
without
come in the
souls.
next game.
Devla, I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it. This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness.
Even with us all.
Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you. Devla! Devla! Don't you go! No, no, I can't be alone!
This kinda hurt.
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Can't stop. Not anymore.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop?
Popola, wait! It doesn't have to.
No one stops! It's way too late to stop!
It's always been
No
too
one
late.
stops!
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devila were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world with for time immemorial. Cruel such things is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
It's kind of bittersweet that you have to strike both of them down.
No stopping. No stopping ever!
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right.
He's gonna...
You know,
Yeah.
when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend.
Yeah, funny how that turned
Goodbye,
out.
my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil!
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going, okay?
Emil!
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
The funny thing is, he's
Emil!
not incorrect there.
Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable. And Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have
That's
to
a lot
learn.
of black.
I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
She blew herself up there. Yeah. The next thing we've got left is the final boss. He's not taking it too well. He needs a beating.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Sometimes in situations like that, it's kind of hard to just pick yourself up and keep going. Hey, got full HP and like 60%. And I did not even need all that. A never-ending onslaught. Well, the final door's here.
Yona!
Well, we're gonna off ourselves, I guess.
This ends here. Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
Yeah, I don't plan to.
How could a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
Labok is dead.
Be careful!
I know!
The most even fight in the game.
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I'm as fit as a fit.
Yeah, he's not alright.
Wait! Brother?
Yona. Huh?
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
It's not a
This
possession.
girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
It's a long cutscene.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Kind, watch over Yona for me. You want me to understand your sadness? You think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this! Weiss, what's wrong?
That's not
Freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing? Strike the killing blow. No bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Weiss,
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Weiss, sorry. Sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But
Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you.
Sure thing, wife.
Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name?
Forget it.
Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live.
Do you now?
Shut up.
Fucking bullet hells. How come I keep throwing myself into the bullet hells? And that's it. Controller down. Can't do anything more. Forgot that happened.
Is Iona all right?
Yes, she's alright.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Vice, where are you?
I am as well as can be, considering I have lost my physical form. Doubtless my voice will be the next to go, so listen closely. Your sister is safe. Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food?
Cookies.
Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place?
Home.
Home with you. What's my favorite flower?
The lunar tear.
The lunar tear, of course. Okay, one more question. Who do I love more than anyone?
There we go. And she's up.
Is that you?
Ugh.
Iona.
Is this
She's fine.
my body?
Yes, Iona. It's yours and yours alone.
You look bigger than before. Like you've grown up.
Well, yeah. I guess you haven't seen me for a while.
Have I been asleep this whole time?
Pretty much.
Something like that.
It's almost like I'm a princess from some fairy tale.
You kind of are, considering.
I'm so happy to have you back.
Me too.
Kaine.
You and your sister, you have a good life, okay?
Where are you gonna go?
Somewhere.
Guess I'll...
You could stay with us, you know.
Thanks, but I'll pass. You know how it is. I got my own shit to take care of.
Fair
What do
enough.
you mean?
Personal shit, alright? Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Buddy.
Kaine.
Hey, look. It's beautiful. For the longest time, I heard someone telling me how they wanted to see the light. And now, they can finally see it.
I'll just let the credits roll and let you... This isn't a happy ending, it seems to be on the surface.
Thank you. I love it. It's so sunny today.
Yeah, it sure is.
Okay. The next thing after this is the DLC. Yeah. I'll just let it roll as it is. Just letting it run by just so it can, like, not interfere with the like copyright issues. And honestly, I personally think that the credits should be shown on stream, because there's usually a lot of people who get uncredited for whatever reason, especially early on in gaming history. That's a lot of credits. Um, I'll be off then. Okay, back. Ascending A. Yes, please. Oh yeah, can change the music and that.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway.
And we're back to this. And we get to hear something that we never get to see before. The sound of rain filled the village. Steep cliffs that surround the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from the huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly towards the wooden hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared and starred. Whatever starred means. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. If the break turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then The child blinked and the rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on, come on! The child left a slight breeze and watched as the vein slowly creaked to life, spinning this way and that for a moment. It finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground, as the hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me! A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine! The voice belonged to Daimo. Worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skidding through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from the cut above her eye and blurred her vision. But she could make out the shapes of Daimo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her. Cruelty burning in their eyes. Children are cruel bastards! Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their home. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she experienced many times before. While some of the villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it open. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and if possible destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Daimo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt. Oh look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from the world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they choose to ignore her. As Daimo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless. A failure. I wish Daimo's rock had taken my head off. Kaine couldn't meet Daimo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. He could smell the scent of old meat. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. She tried to run away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Daimo grinned evilly. You didn't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on guys, let's give this freak what she deserves. As soon as Daimo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Daimo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, and choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. I'm really getting into this. Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Daimyo sprawled on the ground, holding his head, screaming and in pain. She could see the blood welling from the spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice with sick rage. Hurt like a bitch, darn it. Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw rocks. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand of Daimyo she was using to cover for the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow! He screamed. He leapt to his feet. Stop it, what are you doing? Quit whining. It ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. Well, you did it to Kaine! The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. I heard that earlier today as well. Daimyo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backwards and spat on the ground. Get out! Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Daimyo and his companions turned tail and fucking bullies! They deserved it! As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ha! Look at that fat boy guy. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The old woman's smile faded as she turned her attention back to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders. Then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting out the blood from her forehead. Oh, Kaine, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears held in check for so long, she finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I'm the cause for bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next. It grants no mercy to anyone that attempts the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know it because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother. But when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence. And their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother grew closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud, with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, and who had fought through all these years and somehow managed to emerge the other side. If someone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an arse. Kaine drew her mother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shot it. But my body is not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you. And if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a hand wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stem or losing a single petal was remarkable. And the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are Luna tears. Grandma, you made this for me. Luna tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one. And yet her grandma had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath, as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? I just stumbled upon them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but I'm sure it looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a false thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandma smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her mother's hand in hers, and the two struggled to their feet. As they began walking home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away in the wind. The rain stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the weather vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. There's more! In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was far from the work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was done now. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make even the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma! Called Kaine. Is that you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close. I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine, close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to take a step back. Once she scurried to a safe distance, she cupped her hands and she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma, do you need help? I can get you water or lunch, or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a pole with wooden buckets on either side. A long pole with wooden buckets on either side. Gathering water was by far more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with the chores, but Grandma took every cost that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter. And rare were the days when any but the two of them can be found on a rocky acre of land they call home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment at her grandmother, that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, but soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and then she finally managed to connect it with a solid stroke. The tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ah, crap! She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with the blade. But the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hand. This is tough. And my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her effort. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her bucket with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Her grandma suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma! The old woman shook her head and pointed trembling a finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine steadied the bucket with her foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress. But Kaine didn't notice. Grandma! Grandma? What's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that! Just stop! She cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hand and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandma had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandma watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner or later, sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be worse. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her mother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. "Grandma, you're sick. You need medicine. I'm going to the village." The old woman shook her head and tried to raise, but Kaine pushed her down. "It's alright," she said. "I'll be fine." Her grandma fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. "Well, I don't like it, goddammit, but I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up." The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, an unseen sun made its way across the dark and rainy sky. She was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandma gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Daimai and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shade, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then murmured to each other behind raised hands, before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart raced. Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. "I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong." She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she sort of kind of. "Hey lady," said Kaine, with a bravado she did not feel. "Where's the apothecary?" The woman with flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. "How dare this thing speak to me?" They seemed to say, but Kaine saw with her eyes. Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. "Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one." "Which way?" Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at the small building to her right, before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from an assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary. But the new emotion had little time to take root. As soon as she entered the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Daimon. He was clearly being sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. "Oh my god. What are you doing here, freak?" The insult was delivered without force. Kaine happily ignored it, stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter. She asked the shopkeeper for medication. Ha! But Daimon. That old bitch finally kneel over? Go to hell, Daimon. The boy's eyes grew so wide that they seemed ready to fall out of his head. Before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told them to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Daimo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, with each with a label written on in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was erotic, but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place she can call home. On the far wall behind the counter rested a portrait of a stunning girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. Well, that's the thing. The artistry behind it never goes away, even if the colors fade. And honestly, the slow destruction of artwork is kind of art in itself, to some extent. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apostrophe with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been long dead. She'd been dead for a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. Not really. He shook his head slightly and looked down at Kaine. And he shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled, handing her the medicine. He reached down into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yeah. This isn't technically the end, I'm just starting. Route B. I heard rumors about you, he said. It's a small village and word travels quick. Between you and me, I'm not sure which one of them to believe. But I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Callie, and I think the way she was driven out of this town was just deplorable. Grandma's name is Callie? Thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind. As she reached out and gently took the crayon from the apothecary's... Bleh, I hate that word now! Hand. Your grandma is an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured in quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless. And with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet was blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in some places, leading Kaine to think she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman had clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Her grandmother asked the yawn. Come here and let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied that she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayon from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said Grandma, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner. But Kaine would not relent. And in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house, posing as if leaned against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons and eyed her subject carefully and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible, it doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought the crayons would, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back, and and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face, but it could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time and slowly wheezed out a laugh. "Oh, Kaine," she said between laughter. "You truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart and I'll treasure it always." True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face. An action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. That's not true. A week later, Kaine could stand it no longer and asked Grandma to take the artwork down. "Hush," said the old woman. "I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud." She pondered this for a bit and then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. "Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness." It was a moment that burned itself into Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore she would never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on, people and memories move in and out of life like ghosts passing through a hole. But this moment will be different. Kaine swore because I will remember it forever. Forever. There's still more! Damn it! I thought this would have been over by now. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned the courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostril and made it home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. "Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug." The old woman threw more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. "It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs?" "Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug. And I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible." With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. "Oh yeah, that's terrible. Alright. Oh yeah, that's terrible, alright. Why, you little brat," laughed the old woman. "Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact." 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bully. As is often the way two stubborn people with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and held abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boot with a breakfast of burnt berry rolling through her belly. "Where are you going today?" asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. "Well, I was gonna check out the Kalma trees and see if they're ripe. See if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm gonna pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow." "Flagstones? What in the hell for?" Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in a final fight. "Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection." The old woman laughed, exposing a toothless grin to the world. "Goddamn girl! If a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let 'em come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves, I'm worried about shades. People saw one come to the west of the village yesterday." The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. "Well, shoot. I didn't know why you have to do it Well, shoot. I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other..." "Grandma, no. If I don't go to the Kalma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that." A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she thought she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. "Yes, of course, you're right. I'm sorry, kindly. Lately it seems my mind is..." She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower petals has aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. "You're gonna be a true woman soon," Grandma said, as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. "So that means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls, and more talk about how beautiful you've become." Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. "You're a beautiful thing," said the old woman, "and there ain't another like you in the world. I'm very proud of you." "Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from?" "Gee, I wonder." "I'll teach you to sass me, girl," yelled Grandma. Suddenly she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazy grin on her face. Grandma! Yelled Kaine with a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it! What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked. There had been... The old woman stared at her and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandma's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go, get your fruit and your wool and whatnot. I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes and then kissed her grandmother on the forehead, and made ready to depart. Trying desperately to ignore the worry gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around. Don't turn around, she told herself. But in the end, temptation was too great. She spun on her heels. She spun on her heel for one moment. Bleh! Fuck, why am I bad at reading? She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looked so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly in a wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed to its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed on a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knock in on itself. No! Oh God, no! Her grandmother's house was set ablaze, flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma? Grandma! Kaine ran then, Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went rolling into the rocky ground, but then leapt to her feet and kept running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfall. It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. It can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt. Her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotten meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again. This time, Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "All right, you bastard," she saw as she screamed. She saw as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around her. "It's you or me. Let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced towards the house. Through the fire and flame, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma!" The sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive!" thought Kaine. "Alive!" Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar, powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs were. "Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up now!" As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stumped towards the house and pinned her grandma to the ground with the tip of its upper claw. Fucking an hour of this shit! The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might as well been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, and then collapsed into the ground. Her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on! Just a little longer. Her grandma's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with a maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard! Laughing at her. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion. But there could be no doubt that the Shade was taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The Shade moved its claw slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm going to kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backwards, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble forward towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. Give her back! She screamed. Give her back to me! It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The Shade panted laughter. Then it raised its tail and sent rushing through the air toward the young girl that was latched to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. Kaine? Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and sunk to the ground below. Grandma, no, no! I said run, goddammit! You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the Shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof, and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes, as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after another, faster and faster until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliff and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Heine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppeteer. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, and her head was lowered dangerously to the side. Yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just a moment before, took a slow, hesitant step backwards, as if trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment, laughing like a madwoman. She leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on her. Moist sounds of pained echoes through her. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? I think it is. I think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound of pain, the smoke and flames, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. I'm not saying all that. Kill it now! As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer. Finally we're out of that! After a fucking hour!
The beast approaches.
Yeah, obviously. And it's gonna be harder this time.
What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
Yeah, I plan to kill it sometime today as well.
The skill of the user. Strike it down.
There we go. Wrecking this thing. Okay, so this is gonna be a long series. Because there's 5 playthroughs of this game. And I already finished the first one. Damn it! Again. Gently, weakly, softly, the shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off towards the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged lump of arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are you? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Daimo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck your eyes out. Pluck your eyes and feed them to the dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the Apocalypse, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. I don't want to live forever. I want to die right here. I see, he said quietly, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper flooded in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few moments, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since she rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother. Real as life, Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped when the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. No, stop! Stop! No! Don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and to the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The Apocalypse smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha-cha. I look like that? Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke. Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish, like a prayer or something. Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky. Please. Oh, wait, no. Please, invisible man in the sky. Save me. Save me. Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes. They don't come true. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Bwahaha! Oh God, you are the best. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her leg. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet and then began moving upwards towards the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? A bit of both! She could feel the slime oozing upwards. Feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go. Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body, come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Ha ha ha! Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face and crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. The black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side as she watched. It grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated, as if considering the request, then shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, Sunshine, screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. A brief image of her grandma, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her, and heard its mocking laughter. She then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down at a mysterious pattern. The pattern of the shades burned itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are gonna be good friends. Kaine stared at her intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop! Gotta stop! Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Oh, come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. Then go out there and shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body, that's rich. Oh, that's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, the darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard. As the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Ha ha ha! Stupid girl. You're possessed now, Sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me. We got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think that you were a freak? Wait till they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You've got enemies. People you want to kill. I can make it happen. That fat little kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that squashed your granny. We'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, you're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm just some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good damn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me. We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part. If you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, murmured Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Ha ha ha! Screamed the voice. Look at you go! Oh, sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyran. And if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour. And I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade and strangle it with its own gut. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Ha! Laughed Tyran. I've got shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body. But if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep killing, sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away. Fading somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure that the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I'm not a shade, I'm Kaine. Desperately repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore the red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at her. I'm sorry, Grandma, I'm sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupt, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn, and the people of the area arose to their daily life, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive!
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
My chest hurts a little. nothing. Once... So, there's 5 routes you can take.
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
It's good.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain.
Kind of... yeah.
That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
So like I said, we're playing through the
Are
same
you kidding me? You
section
can't
of
be
the
serious.
story, which is the second half of the first ending. But we're getting to see the, in this route, we get to see a different side to the story, which is the side of the Shades.
Please try to understand. People are tired and scared, and I'm sorry.
This is crap, and you know it.
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us.
The,
And really, I understand. I mean, look at
ending
me.
C and D are kind of
As long
just
as you're still
ending
with us,
B again,
I can deal with
but
it.
with different ending sections.
Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
Well, considering I've already spent an hour and a half.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
Is there gonna be more
I
Wall
didn't
of...
get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila.
I'm gonna save and then do the
For the first time in my life, I doubted
DLC
Popola.
level.
But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola?
But yeah.
In the end, I'm just as bad.
Ending A to D
because I never once stopped to think
basically
about
just
Kaine and Emil's
modifications
situation
of the
myself.
same ending. Ending E being completely different due to a reason that happens in one of the endings, which is sort of a secret ending in the original version of the game. Oh hey, a cutscene.
I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do?
I got a fire going.
Wait, is that...
Campfires are... I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Just warm water over.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yes.
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
It's not your fault, Kaine.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
She is very fucking interesting now.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole shade possession thing. My body is... different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together.
I mean, one of those things we end up doing.
Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
More warm water.
Okay. Can we just forget I told you about that?
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of, like, behind the scenes stuff for this.
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
Fucking...
I feel confident that she...
Of course she does.
Hey! I'm gonna
What
do...
might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the black scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore.
Yeah, that's kind of the same for me.
This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little... strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Hey, system data saved.
Say there, can you not hear me?
This is something
Why are
you
you
never
standing
get
about
to
like
say.
a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
So this... Okay. So this... So this model... This version of the character is the one used in Nier Gestalt, which is exclusive. Well, like it says, it's the world of the recycled vessel. Basically, this version of the character is used in an American only a Western only Xbox exclusive that just happens to be how do I so basically the developers had some kind of dispute of whether like they should make it a father-daughter relationship or a brother-sister relationship because of how because of the differences between, like, at the time, Japanese and Western type media, which is pretty much just, like, stuff like Play-Doh. Okay, I'm enjoying that remix. But yeah, pretty much Japanese only. This is the Japanese only release with the Japanese only DLC, which introduces Papa Nier, or the father version of the main character, into the replicant version of the game. So what we're seeing is a recycled version of the content found in the opposite version. So like Gestalt version or Western version content in the Eastern version of the game. If that makes any sense. And the funny thing is, I own both versions of the game, technically speaking. Even though this is a remake of the... This is a remake, not the original version. I own the original version of Gesto, basically. Soldiers of Salt calling forth for the white. Oh, that's the white coronation. Punching bosses to death. How many of them are there? Ah, yeah. I obtained one of the weapons. The dragon's sword brought death to the world. Yep. Bleh. It was... I do not remember this being in any of the games. Getting a ton of experience from this game. Hey, got World 1 done. Magic feeling back. That's a lot of rock I'm hearing in the background. Red light. Bullet hell. Got senseless amounts of bullets. Yeah, that's why they're called bullet hell. Right. Okay. That's the song of the ancients right there. Yeah. Really need titanium alloy, but
seems we have been shut in.
Yes, I could possibly have guessed that I'd been locked in.
Seems we have...
Again, I could probably guess. Additional work. At least it's running into a wall this time. Well, not finally, but...
Seems we have been shut in.
Is that the end of it? Yeah. Well, the end of that room. The Song of Man had been drowned out, in its place the screen of some kind of annihilation. Basically an enemy though. Oh, cool. Fool's Lament. That means I'm halfway through. Damn it! kill more! That room. It's an on-rail shooter. Oh yeah, this game loves to... How the fuck did I forget that? I can go to door number 3 later.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
%96%. Ah, haven't unlocked that last one yet. I haven't done anything with the farming. Okay, well. I am gonna end this long-winded stream here. So, I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!